Good afternoon, everybody. It is your commander and internet father, Rebel Red, here again on another Saturday night. And tonight is another Rebel painting stream. And I am making the first steps toward building my first army. Granted, I am going to have to start small with like the base regiment, which I believe is it's 1,000 points. And with that, every different miniature, or at least every set of miniatures, is equal to its own set of points. And I am going to focus on the actual troops for the time being. And we are painting some Astra Militarum, or to be more specific, we're painting some Death Corps of Krieg. Granted, I have got the sets already primed and ready to paint. And actually, let me turn the music down. It's a little on the loud side. There we go. Is that better? Look, that was a little bit too loud. There we go. There we go. I think that's better. That's better. Yeah. So, we're painting some Death Corps of Krieg. And before I give a whole large description of the army itself, we can go ahead and switch over to the webcam section to go ahead and give you an idea of what I am working with. All right. So we have our first set of miniatures, which I just ordered last weekend. And it is the Death Corps of Krieg. More specifically, it is the combat engineers, which are a little bit kind of, well, I guess to try and break down the lore a little bit, they have kind of changed the lore for the Death Corps of Krieg with these latest sets of miniatures, because used to the combat engineers would have been called the Death Corps of Krieg Grenadiers, which is basically their version of the Kasserkin. So basically like their special forces. So the best of the Death Corps of Krieg. Second, I am missing capture device on here. Let's see. Trying to add everybody in.
Boy.
Oh, hey. Settle down. Well, I'm trying to get the stream avatars to pop up, but I am a bit of a time getting them to come up. Just 1 second here. I want to be able to see you guys on here. Trouble finding the correct it is under stream or under game add-ons. So I don't know why it wasn't showing up till now. Preference. There we go. There's everybody on the bottom of the screen there. All right. Hey, what up, everybody? Now I can see you guys. I don't know why it wasn't on there before. I guess I just missed it by creating this new scene. But hello, Shards and Hellion. Welcome, welcome. We are doing some painting. Now, I have already done the priming on these, and then I did put a coat of black on there as just the base. Yeah. I did put up a poll for what design we should go with for these models. And it seems like everybody chose the red trench coat. And honestly, I feel like that is very fitting. My name. And let's see. I did do something a little different with these models. It was a bit of, I guess you would call it kit bashing. Specifically, so with each of the combat engineers, they're supposed to have like a commander unit, which for this particular set is supposed to be this model here. Red glowy eyes? Oh yes, they will definitely have glowy eyes. Definitely going to have some references there for the Wolf Brigade. You understand that reference? But this is supposed to be the commander unit, but I've kind of switched things up a little bit and kind of made him just a standard infantry unit, and I did a bit of kit bashing to turn this into the commander unit. And what I mean by kit bashing is I took parts from the set that were not meant to go together, at least by the instruction manual, but ended up being able to make them work. And it would still fall under the rules of a regular tabletop, because as far as this model's concerned, he has the same loadout as a standard unit, just like this guy here. It's a standard shotgun unit. But if you gave it, you could have the option of giving him a plasma pistol plus either a chainsword or a power sword. And instead of doing that, just because I really like the pose that this model is in, I decided to make him a basic unit and then kit bashed a way to make a different unit, the commander. Yo, you got your plasma sword, chainsword, and as far as I can tell, like, there's nothing really setting these units apart other than their loadouts. Because I was worried that when I did the kit bash that it was going to make, I was worried that the commander unit was going to have special, like, emblems or insignias on it. But other than what he is carrying, he looks like a standard unit otherwise. So it worked out better that way, honestly. So I don't know how to best do this. We're kind of just winging it right now. I have learned some new techniques for painting that are a little bit out of the ordinary as far as regular units go, or as far as regular Warhammer goes. Just for the fact that I have some other painting items that are more known for Gunpla. Specifically, I did buy different sets of this panel line color, which is basically just an oil wash, which is what you would normally use on Warhammer for shading. So like your Nuln oil and like your contrast paints. But I feel like this works a lot better for doing shading than the contrast paints that Warhammer makes. I tested this out on the Space Marines that I worked on the last time I did a painting stream, and I think it did really well. Granted, I need to clean them up a little bit, but like the difference is like night and day with shading. Because I mean, like, let me focus a little more. Focus, cause let's try and focus on everything behind me. There we go. Like, the great thing about the accent liner paint is as soon as you put just like a drop of it into any recess, it just wants to automatically fill every recess that it can, which is really great for shading because it makes things a lot easier, because otherwise you have to cover the whole model in a contrast paint, let it dry, and then paint your base color. With this, you basically do it opposite, and it's way cleaner and way faster. And then all I have to do to fix like this little splotch right here is just get like a cotton swab with some rubbing alcohol on it, and that'll clean right off. And then I'll still have all of the recesses covered. But yeah, a neat little hack from the Gundam building community. But anyway, we'll be trying that out with the new set of models. Let's see. Trying to find a good area to focus on these. I feel like that's a good distance there. Otherwise, they're kind of too far away, and then another one they're too close. And ignore the fact that my left hand is incredibly shaky. I am embarrassed to admit it, but it happens anytime that I use a weed eater. And I did some yard work this morning, and now my left hand is shaky as shit. And will probably be like that until tomorrow. My right hand's fine, which is good, because it's the one that I actually need to paint with. I just can't really use my left arm for anything other than keeping it laid on the desk. If I try to lift up too much, my hands, like, look, you can see it, my hands shaking right now. Fine. But we have our wet palette here to put our starting paints, and I did stop by my local hobby store. I say local, the closest one to me is about 35 minutes away. But I grabbed some new paints. I bought a paint set on Amazon, but there was a few colors that I really wanted that they didn't have. I really wanted a dark, like, blood red, and I feel like this resplendent red from Army Painter was perfect for that. I wanted to get the regular war paints from Army Painter, because I know they make fast paints, but I feel like those will not work too well for what I'm doing because they are very, they have much, a lighter consistency than regular acrylic paint. So they run a lot. With regular pour paints, it shouldn't. This will be the first time I've worked with really anything other than the Citadel paints, which is the Games Workshop brand of paints. So we'll see how it goes. Because a lot of people have different opinions on all the different paint brands that are out there. So it's kind of up in the air on what's good and what's not. You just kind of have to try it out for yourself, see how it goes. I think for these, I might try and do a actually that might not be the best option. I was going to do a dry brush, but the more I think about it, the more it's probably not going to be a great idea. Let's see. Got our red here. Try and bend this a little bit. But always thin your paints, because if not, it's going to clot up and make everything look pretty bad. Okay. Let's see. Coat itself. Still not a very dark red. That's a little. I don't know about this army painter's paint. Seems to be very runny. It's driving me crazy. It's got a fly away on it. Like the Army Painter Fanatic line, they're opaque and creamy, but to get that opacity, they have a little too much white in them. Even though Deep red is still not quite deep enough. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to realize that. But it's a part of the process. It's a lot of trial and error. Yeah, I mean, it's covering pretty well. The only thing is it's leaving a few spots here and there. Might need to try with a smaller brush too. Might be. See? And that flyaway is driving me insane. Like you can see it in the webcam. It is blatant how long that piece is. Let's see, do I have a smaller brush? Six, that's 5, that's for very fine details. 2 should work. I think that's better. We'll try, see how this goes. Because I would mix the paints to try and get the color that I really want. The only thing that I worry about with that is if I don't have something to store it in, then I'll be doing guesswork to get that right consistency for every other model that I paint for this army. And I don't want to have to build basically a paint chemistry set every time I want to paint a new set of models. So it's better to just have the color scheme that you want in one bottle where it's just ready to go. I mean, I'm sure I can find some empty bottles from somewhere and mix it, because I do have the mixing bearings, which if you don't know what that is, it's literally just metal ball bearings you put in the paint. I don't have one in that one because it's just black, but all of the war paint ones already have them in them. You can hear them. That's one good thing about the army painters, is they already have the mixing bearings in them, which helps to keep them, if they do dry out, it helps keep a bit easier to mix them back up to the right consistency that they're supposed to be. Because I have noticed in the my local shop, I don't think a lot of people do painting there or buy paints there, and it seems like all the paint is somewhat old, so it almost always has to be mixed if I buy it from there. Some of I did buy Vallejo paints, and I bought those from Amazon, and so far those looked like they're already mixed pretty well, so I didn't have to do a whole lot with those. Fine, can't get that covered on there. definitely learned you want to get the large details done first, just so that if you do mess up, you're not having to do a ton of work to fix any mistakes. Uh-oh. I have a feeling that grenade is about to fall off, because I just barely touched it and it moved. I didn't mean to paint the whole dang grenade. It's fine. And also, hi Rykos. I don't know if I said hello earlier. I did. I responded to you, but I don't think I ever actually called you by name. I definitely have learned that less is more with painting on these. Sorry, first time to your stream, dropping to see what you're painting and listen. Painting some Gardish troops myself. Yeah, I mean, this is only my second attempt at painting miniatures. So I am by no means an expert, but I have been watching a ton of painting tutorials, try and learn as much as I can. That's just how I've kind of always done things whenever I'm trying something new. And sometimes it's really funny because I do it a lot with like new games that are coming out as well. And people will be super confused how I know so much about a game that just released, just because I've sat and watched so many demos of a new game that like I already know like the basic controls, like the basic objectives. I don't know. I like being prepared. Because the Space Marines that I showed earlier, that was actually my first ever attempt at painting. And granted, I was impressed with it being my first time, but I feel like for a lot of people, when they show like their first time builds, they were probably a lot younger when they started. I won't say a lot younger, because I mean, this is a pretty expensive hobby for someone young to be getting into it. Didn't I like it to be as informed as I can as well, but with the painting, eventually we just need to get some paint on a mini to get better. I will agree that YouTubers make it look way too easy, but they have a lot of experience under their belt, so it makes sense. I'm just gonna... It is just begging to fall off on its own anyway, so I'm just gonna skip the disappointing moment and just take it off myself. Okay. Trying to be to be thorough, but I don't want to spend too much time. And I've got 4 of them that need to be done. Technically 6, but the remote control drone is not going to get this coat of paint on it, so. Okay. Got our first bit of red done. Let's see. I kind of feel like I should start with the hardest ones to paint and work my way down. Trinkets. Phew. Okay. Let's see. Is this one off? I think the paint on it's starting to dry a little bit. I'm not wanting to stay very form-fitting. Are you doing this to paint what looks cool for Kill Team, or are you wanting to play 40k as guard? I mean, I am wanting to eventually start 40k with guard. Granted, I will say that the paint that I put on them, I was expecting it to look darker than that. But I think I could put some contrast paint on it to darken it a little bit. I wouldn't be able to put on much because then it'll just put a shade on everything. But I do hope of getting a full army started. And speaking of... grab it. I did buy some paints. Before starting the stream today, I did go to the hobby store and grab some paints. And they actually had this in the store. Granted, it is a little bit higher, but it's about, I think, $10 cheaper than what they offer it for on Games Workshop. So I jumped onto that bandwagon really quick. So that's definitely going to be the next stream for anyone who wanted a little teaser. And I believe I'm super confused about Kill Team when it comes to Krieg, because I know they had a set, but they do not actually sell that set anymore because they actually released just the Death Core of Krieg. And now I think the only thing they offer on Games Workshop is the the data card set for it. So I think they expect you to buy the set that I just got, and then the data card set, and it be considered their kill team. So I could technically do both if I really wanted to. You know, the more that I look at these models with this paint choice on it, the more I'm kind of liking it, just because my favorite anime is Trigun, and it kind of looks like I am just giving all of my Kriegsmen Trigun's trench coat, or a Vash's trench coat. So honestly, it kind of works. It's not the dark, like, blood red I was hoping for, but I honestly might like this better. Even though it's kind of ironic knowing that Trigun, or knowing that Vash does not like killing people at all. This is very counterintuitive, but we're not going to worry about that. I feel like Army Painter paints are just still very runny, because it feels like all I'm doing is just pushing the paint off of the model where I place it when I try to, like, do multiple brush strokes of it. Kind of annoying right there. Or it might just be because I'm thinning it too much. That very well could be a possibility. Is that my problem? Am I thinning this too much? Feels super runny. I think that's what I'm doing. I think I'm thinning it too much. Oh yeah, that's way better. Red also goes on weird as a pigment and never seems to look even like blues and greens can. Yeah, anytime it is I feel like it's a bright color of any kind, it just kind of wants to do weird stuff. Anything with a bright pigment does not want to mesh perfectly. That's why white armies are so hard to paint, because white almost never comes out pure white like it's supposed to. Or at the very least, when you paint something completely white, it is very hard to paint anything else a different color, because the white wants to completely wash out. which I have seen where the paint thinning or the paint liner, or sorry, the lining paint that I got does seem to be pretty effective at mitigating that. Hopefully, we'll see when I get to that stage. If I get to that stage tonight, I don't know how long it will take to get all of these guys painted. Get to the shading part. It is definitely weirder doing it this way because the Space Marines that I did, it's kind of going the opposite direction where I did. Now granted, this one is after I have added the panel lining paint to it, but I haven't cleaned it off after the fact yet, so it doesn't look great, but it's not finished, so that's kind of why. But you can see it fills in like the very creased areas really well, and I didn't have to coat the entire model in Nuln Oil to get that effect. Granted, I did do that already on this, so like flamethrower part, you can tell I did put some Nuln Oil in there to fill in the recesses. But the Tomio panel line color is a night and day difference from just doing a wash or an oil wash. But it is very thin, so you have to be very, very careful and very liberal with it to get it to actually shade things the way you want it to. And I'm debating on if I want to paint, I want to do the pants the same color, or if I want to go like gray. I think I'm starting to kind of get the hang of getting thinning right. I think I did really well with Space Marines for never doing miniature painting before. I feel like I had a good balance on thinning the paint. Feels like I'm having a little bit harder time this time, but I am using a different brand of paint, so that could be the reason. So I was using Citadel, I think it was Plague Marine Green is what I had put on for the Raptors. I'm also feeling very mixed about these brushes that I bought, because they seem to get flyaways really bad. because this one's already got one on it too. Granted, it's not as bad as the other one. The other one I'll just have to get like scissors or tweezers or something to deal with that. About that later. I'm actually going to try smaller brush. Well, we'll wait a minute. I want to try to use a smaller brush on the crevices of the jacket, just because I feel like the larger brushes, I'm just kind of smearing the paint on everything. I'm trying to avoid that, but not working that great. Turn out just get some cheap ones, expect them to break down, and okay with it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I got these brushes are the Golden Maple brand of brushes, and I've heard they're decent. I mean, they're definitely not like the Da Vinci brand, which is like $20 a brush. Driving me crazy. My stuff up. I'm going through this one. Alright, welcome back everybody. I was saying that the flyaway on this brush is driving me crazy before ad break kicked in. Okay. There we go. Thought just does not want to cover up the back of this trench coat. Ah, dang it. Okay. Decent. I will say that the lighting from this camera is not doing it favors. Took me too long to understand was to just use a bigger brush than I think and learn to use it. Never gets to the feral and dry in there. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people recommend doing the larger brushes. But like when it comes to getting into like those really like recessed areas, I feel like the larger brush is just gonna really mess stuff up. But I mean, if all of the people that have been doing this longer than me say that's the way to do it, maybe I should give it a shot. Now the question is, do I paint the inside of the trench coat? Feel like I should, because I could just say that it's shading, but I feel like that's way too dark to be just shading. Sorry, I am rinsing this brush off. I'm going to follow yours and the expert's advice. Black line for warmth. Yeah, perfect. It's black fleece lining. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for that copium. I needed that right now. Clean off these brushes so they're not covered in paint and nearly unusable. Funnily enough, the I know a lot of painters will have like a water cup with some kind of textured something at the bottom to make it easier to like slap extra paint out of the inside of the brushes. And I've kind of found that. So actually it might make more sense if I show it. Well, you can't really see it from the jar now because I've got water in it, but so I've got those collectible Coca-Cola glass cups, and I had a lid from a piece of cleaning product, and it fits at the bottom of the cup perfectly, and it has a lot of texture to it. So there you go. Life hack for miniature. Fell behind the box. See if I can use tweezers to get rid of some of these stray hairs on these brushes. I think that was the solution. Really glad I got this little toolkit. I really like Tamiya stuff. I've seen a lot of people recommend it when I was searching online, and so far I have not been disappointed. Hashtag not sponsored. Yet. I doubt they would sponsor me. Let me cope. Okay, now we will follow the advice of professionals and we will use a larger brush. This is actually a 6 brush. A bit bigger, obviously. Try it out. What were you using before? I was using the 2 for. You know what? I should have listened the first time. I mean, honestly, using the 6, it's not doing terrible. And I'm honestly, once I get to the finer details on these, I may want to switch to the 2, but when I'm just doing the coat itself, I can afford to mess up a little bit because of different coats going on it afterwards anyway. Okay. I think that's about all the most damage I can do for the jacket for now, but I think I want to go back to this one because after working on that one, I realized I missed a few spots on here that actually paint specifically. The collar. Oh, that's good. Pedaled with a lot of empty watches. I can't tell if it's just that I'm thinning these paints too much or if it's just that the Army Painter brand of paints are just very liquid based art. So I don't really have to thin it as much. I had to thin it quite a bit with Citadel. I think that's my problem, is I'm thinning it too much because I'm used to using a different brand. That should... They are thinner than Citadel, but you still need to thin them. Okay, good to know. That's kind of what I was gathering, because I felt like I was trying to thin them like I would thin Citadel paints, and it's way too runny. And I made sure not to get the speed painters because they are even thinner than standard army painter. They're almost like a contrast paint. Very similar anyway. Don't think I would be a huge fan of that. Totally different tool, exactly like contrast. Yep. I could tell just by looking at it in the store, is like, I am not going to like that at all. But I think it's designed to put on as like a base coat, and then the rest of it you're supposed to do like dry brushing. Is that in the ballpark there? You put on a light color all over the model, and then it becomes a all-in-one paint. Paints it, collects in the recesses, medium on most of it, and thins on the raised areas. You can get a shade, base, and highlight in one coat. Okay. Easy way out, and it looks good for some people. Yeah. From what I've seen of it, I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, it does what it says in the name. It's definitely a quick way to get a good paint on something if you're just in a hurry to paint it and get it ready for a game. But fast does not always mean good. Just ask any woman in the bedroom. As you can see, a speed paint contrast immediately sticks out. You have to paint carefully because you can't go back and fix things. Yeah, not ideal. I don't like that I thought at all of not being able to go back, fix things. I do be a klutz, so I have to go back and fix a lot. Bob Ross did say that there are no mistakes, only happy little accidents, but sometimes you do have to fix a happy little accident. Trying to paint these without accidentally covering the armor pieces, so it's easier for me to tell what are the armor pieces when I get to that point. I know I can paint over them, but certain areas of Krieg's armor kind of blend in with their clothing, so it's easy to miss them. Specifically, the plates that they have on their gloves blend in with their clothes very easily. To make sure I double check my camera every now and then, I'll get zoned in and not realize that I'm painting out of frame. What's the good of a painting stream if you guys can't see what I'm painting? That kind of defeats the purpose. Kind of the whole deal. Funny thing is if I do all of this painting, I can't even say for certain that I'll have a place that I can actually play Warhammer, which I know that my local place sells it, but I don't know if they really host any tournaments for it per se. I haven't ever seen it posted on their webpage, but I don't know how often they update it. Most of the time, anytime I see tournaments or events there, it's for either Pokemon, TCG, or Magic the Gathering. Which when I went there today, they did have tables set up for Magic. Nothing wrong with that. I enjoy Magic the Gathering. I haven't played it in years just because I haven't bought cards in years and I don't have anyone that I really play with anymore. I had a bunch of friends in high school that all played Magic, but they have all mostly moved away or have gotten involved in drugs. So it's like, I'm married and have a kid. I don't want to be around that, and I don't want to risk my kid being around that, so. If you want contrasting armor gear because it looks good, but it's guard, why would an army really want high contrasting uniforms? Well, they do whatever the Emperor tells them. If the Emperor says contrasting colors and they disagree, that's heresy. If I want all of my Kriegsmen to look like Vash the Stampede, it's the Emperor's will. The Emperor protects. You don't like it, you can talk to the Commissar. Which I will have a Commissar Kriegsman shortly. That will be my next purchase, is the command unit. I'm trying to get just all the basic troop ones done first, just because I know they're going to be kind of the most detailed part, where like the tanks and things like that, where it's a bigger project, the painting itself is not as detailed. I will say with the army painter, it feels like you have to put on more coats than Citadel. Have young boys that play skirmish games and paint, but yeah, trying to find other adults with a schedule that works with you is the hardest thing. Yeah, I mean, I am lucky with the job that I have. I always have Sundays off, which isn't great for the hobby store because they're also closed on Sunday. But I only work usually every other Saturday, and it's only for half of the day. So if I really wanted to take the time to go to events, I can make time, because just about all of the events that they have are always on Saturdays anyway. Yeah. My son, Little Red, he's quite a bit younger, so this is a little bit more advanced than he could really do right now. He's only 9. And also has been cursed with ADHD like his father. So something like this, as young as he is a little bit more difficult to get him to sit still for. Which a lot of people would ask, well then, Rebel, how come you can do this so well? It's because it is something that I am highly interested in. For him, not really a big hyper fixation for him. But I thoroughly enjoy it. For me, it's very therapeutic in a way. Kind of just able to relax and paint at my own pace. Knew I was missing a spot on this thing. Underneath. Don't gotta be perfect, because nobody's gonna be picking up the models and looking at the bottom half. But I'm picky. I'll know it's there, so I want to get rid of it. And talking about skirmish, that's probably where I'm going to have to start from anyway. This is my first ever army, and I only have 2 of the sets from Krieg. I have the Warhammer app, and I have an army planned to build off of using all of the units from Death Corps of Krieg and adding some vehicles. Great looking army. I like their look, much more grim than Cadian. Yeah, that's kind of why I like them too. A lot of people will say that they're overhyped, but I feel like the Cadians are overhyped. So, yeah. I feel like the veteran from Darktide that's always ripping on the Cadian. Hello, the Mech Tech. Welcome, welcome. I don't know why I went to sounding like Cell from Team 4 Star, but we'll roll with it. Doing? I am painting some Death Corps of Krieg to work on my first army of Warhammer 40k. And granted, the paint scheme that I picked out is a lot brighter than I was expecting, but it also kind of makes them all look like Vash the Stampede, which Trigun is my favorite anime of all time, so I'm gonna roll with it. Oops. Which, it's funny, I say that it's my favorite anime of all time, and I haven't seen any of the newest episodes of Trigun Stampede yet. Why pick Krieg? I feel like for me it was... They were one of the first regiments I heard about when I was first learning about Warhammer. And the lore, I really liked it just because they're just trained from birth to not be afraid to die. It's like, they're pretty much bred to fight and die for the Emperor because that's how they're going to get forgiveness for their planet betraying him, even though the Emperor probably forgave them probably a couple thousand years ago. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Gilliman says as much, but he's like, I would never admit it because I don't want to screw up their morale. You could use Army Painter Red Tone to slightly darken it and deepen the recess. Okay, okay. I'll have to look into that. That might be something I can add to it later once I've got them semi-finished. You don't pick Krieg, Krieg picks you. It's exactly right. I came out of this birthing vat ready to die for the Emperor. You got a problem with it, you can take it up with the Commissar. Although it is funny because a lot of times with Kriegsmen, the reason that they even have a Commissar in their squad is not to prevent them from retreating, but to prevent them from needlessly getting themselves killed. For any other regiment, they have to kill them because they're not willing to die for the Emperor. For Commissars, they have to keep them because they are too willing to die for the Emperor. In fact, I'm pretty sure there is... I think it was a kit bash. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe there is a Kriegman model that he is just running at the enemy carrying a grenade in each hand. That's the model. Is he's literally just going in to blow himself up. Don't get me wrong. Totally cool model. But, seems to be a bit counterproductive. That's why I started with the combat engineers, because they're badass like regular Kriegsmen, but they're not as suicidal because they're too good at their job to just die needlessly. And with this, I did want to kind of do a, I guess a homebrew regiment. Because I do want to make Space Marines at some point, but I want them to kind of mix with the Kriegsmen that I'm using. Not that I would have them both in like a tabletop army, that wouldn't make any sense, but I would like to make a Space Marine regiment that like is really cohesive with the Kriegmen. So whatever this comes out looking like, I will more than likely make Space Marines in the same colors. time getting these collars painted without getting the helmet coated in red. And paint to come off of this brush. Actually stay on the model. If your hobby store is closed on Sundays, they must have a fear of profits. Or I might be wrong. I might be thinking of. Let me think of the local gun store. They may close early on Sundays. Might be what I'm remembering. And also, I live in Kentucky, and a lot of places. Really, in Kentucky, there's not a lot of like foot traffic at stores on Sunday. Probably because we're kind of in like a Bible Belt area. Nobody going shopping, everybody going to church. Present company included. But that's only 2 Sundays out of the month. So the rest of the time, I would like to do something on Sunday. A lot of places aren't open on Sunday just because, funnily enough, the traffic is not very high on those days. Some businesses, they actually lose money being open on Sundays around here. Be open. Inconvenient for some people. At least mine's still open on Saturday, so you at least get one day in the weekend. Okay. know one thing I've noticed when I paint is I feel like I improve slightly with every model that I'm working on, and you can always tell which model was the last one I did because it usually looks the best. Honestly, this one doesn't look bad. I definitely missed a few spots, or I got a little bit too zealous with the paint, but that's fine. That's something we can easily touch up later. I might save doing anything on the drone for last. But I honestly don't know what I want to paint that. I was thinking just like a matte gray. Maybe like a navy blue. I started Votan. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a good weekend. Finally getting to the last member of my Kriegsman army, at least on their coat. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing good as well. I've enjoyed my weekend so far. Probably spent more money than I should have at my local hobby store, but we're not going to talk about that. Average weekend, aka good and uneventful. Sometimes that's just a good day. Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to have a good weekend. I know I have those weekends very frequently. I am a hermit at heart, so I tend to not like going out and doing a lot anyways. Personally, this is my Sunday. I work night. Ugh. Yep. I do not enjoy working Sundays at all. But probably because ever since I was really little, Sundays have kind of always been like family days. And that's kind of still been a thing after I've gotten married and had kids of my own. I still like having Sundays to spend time with my family. I've been very lucky to not have... I've had a few jobs where I had to work Sundays, but most of them, including the one I have now, I do not, so... and I know I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but some joining in may not realize, and if they've seen the set, they're probably wondering, why the heck does this model look like that? I did a bit of kit bashing with this. So with the regular Kriegsman Combat Engineers kit, this model is supposed to be the commander. But I really liked this pose, but I still wanted to have a unit that had a plasma pistol. So I made this just a standard unit to then turn this model into the commander, which is the two arms that are on it are meant for completely different models, but they still fit perfectly on this model to where it still looks correct. I feel like the plasma pistol could be raised up just a little bit more to where it looks like he's actually aiming down sight with it, but I feel like it's still a believable position to be in. Yeah, that's not supposed to be regular kit. I'm not familiar with humans, so you say whatever. I do plan on another faction, because I wanted to do it where I wanted to have one faction that was like my go-to, and then a faction I could use it's like a counter to that. Or I wanted to have a human faction, but then I wanted to have another enemy faction. So I will probably do Necrons, because out of all of the non-human factions, the Necrons are probably my favorite. Either that or like the Craft World Eldar. Not a big fan of Dark Eldar, but... And the other factions, I mean, Tyranids are cool. Orcs are okay. I mean, they're great for a faction if you just, like, want to be silly with it. I'm a Necron player, painter also. Nice. I have not actually painted Necron yet. Actually, this is only my second ever set of miniatures to ever paint, so I got a long way to go to building an army. Oh, and we do have an ad break starting soon in about 1 minute. Letting you all know that. And it's just so that I can avoid pre-roll ads for new viewers like yourselves. Otherwise, it would play ads every time someone new tries to join, and that's no fun to be blasted with an ad to see a new person. But it does mean I have to have at least 3 minutes of ad time every hour. Unless you are subbed. I understand if people can't. But just letting you know, sub, do not get ads. Because no matter what I do, there's no way to avoid getting ads 100% of the time. And if you're liking the stream so far and aren't already following, be sure to drop a follow so it lets you know the next time that I stream. And if there is another platform that you prefer, be sure to search me up on your other favorite streaming platforms, because chances are I stream on all of them. Be sure to check out Rebel Red VT. I have the same handle on everything I stream on. Thank you, Rykos, for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Nuggets. Hope to see you around in the future. Now, granted, I will say that I do not paint every stream. I am kind of turning it into a weekly thing, though, where I do paints, if not every Saturday, at least every other Saturday. Rest of the time, I tend to play FPS games or RPGs. Right now, I have mostly been playing Dark Tide and Rogue Trader. So if you play those or enjoy those games, definitely check those out. I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And I always have the schedule posted on Twitter, the Discord, and then the schedule is always on Twitch on the offline screen. Although with that, you will not be able to see what game is going to be played that day. So if you want to get the full schedule, be sure to check out Twitter or the Discord. And if you want to join the Discord, the link is available in the About section. And it is open to anyone to join. Although I will say that it is a 16 plus server, and that there are sections of the Discord server that are 18 plus only. So just be aware of that. Don't be trying to sneak in to the Discord or into those channels. If you are not meant to be there, you will be banned immediately. No exceptions. I will not play around with that rule. I am not trying to catch a charge. But I feel like my content in of itself is appropriate for that age group. I don't really get into anything that's super inappropriate, unless there's certain people in the call with me that really like to enable me being sus. Oh, and I just had that whole spiel during an ad break. I'm an idiot. I didn't realize it had already started. Well, welcome back, everybody. I just talked for nothing for about 3 minutes. So how are you? But what I was saying is that I do post a schedule, usually every Sunday, on my Twitter or in the Discord. Hey Shards, welcome back. Got your drink, of course. And he's gone. I think I'm just now realizing that I've been painting way more of these models than I needed to. I didn't realize how much of the armor that they're wearing covers their upper body. I've kind of been painting on a little bit too much coat, when in reality that chest plate wraps around their entire body. Whoops. think I've realized now that I do want to paint the inside of these coats, so I might go back to the previous models to fix that. I think Butterfinger. I have a nervous tick. I just randomly put a splotch of paint on something that doesn't need it. And it's already on there. It is not going anywhere until I put another coat of paint on there. Okay. That one, and now go ahead and touch up this one on the bottom half. I swear it's like sometimes I just can't stop the motion that I was already doing and I just put paint on stuff by accident. And it should not be on there at all. I don't think it has perfect coat on the inside, because with shading you're not going to be able to even see it anyway. Still. In there. I was trying to work on a thumbnail for this stream for when I release the VOD, which I always put a VOD up on YouTube. And I did draw my model sticking his tongue out while painting. And I'm just now realizing that I am actually doing that while I'm working on these myself. It is a weird habit or tick, I guess you would call it. I don't know who I got it from, but I do it all the time if I am focusing way too hard, and I don't realize I do it until someone tells me. When I was trying to touch up these sleeves, I caught myself doing it. So just imagine when I'm working on fine details, it's like just a tongue sticking through my mask. Granted, I do have a version of a model without the mask. Kind of just, I think I like the mask being the official look of my model more. I mean, I do have a version without it. Ta-da! It's also to show off that I'm actually a zombie VTuber without the mask. Can't really tell otherwise. Let's see. I don't need. No. Areas before I work on the fine details of these models. Yeah, I think that looks better. I'm gonna say not to worry about doing underneath the trench coat, but I definitely think it looks better with color actually added to it. I could have went the lazy route and just said, oh, it's just shaded under that, so it's just black all the time, but out of frame again. Something I'm used to is worrying about things staying in frame. I like using the base most of the time, but I feel like it's easy to miss details on models because the base gets in the way. Hey Tails, welcome, welcome. You're doing well. I'm doing alright. Enjoying my relaxing bit of painting. I think I just red paint I've got on the palette. Come on. Armors. Let's just say, what's the worst things I can have my hands on? Is it WMDs? I feel like it would be WMDs. .50-foot mech, a railgun, and a shotgun. Well, that does seem like something that would be dangerous for someone to put into your hands. I think we are done with red paint for now. Brush. Okay. Cut all the paint out of that. I got hands on that, but the railgun shoots like a shotgun. Armored mech. Where'd you find all that? I know you didn't get it on Amazon. Because they don't allow weapons on there because they're pussies. Yes, I work on gloves. Trying to think the best way to these paints to where I feel like I should do the armor last just so I can use it to touch up the places that I accidentally painted. I think for right now, I'll try to do everything that is kind of the leather bits. Let's see. I think I'm going to try using the Vallejo paints now. For that last enemy. Hell. I have not wished Dooney happy birthday today. I should do that. Lord.
The towns, the cities, the farms, the villages.
There's one nice mech. Alright, I'm gonna try these Vallejo paint. This is Rojo red leather. Very different consistency than Army Painter. How that goes. Let's see. Size brushes do I have? 8, 4. Stick with. Try the 4. I feel like the 6 is going to be too big. It's very liquidy, but we'll be able to thin it out. That's what we got the wet palette for. They're yellow leather. Slide out of the way a little bit. Thinking I'm liking the Kind of already feel like I'm liking Vallejo better than Painter. Just because the consistency of Army Painter is much more liquid than Vallejo is right now. Imagine needing the magnifying glass from the Toy Story 2 guy would be helpful. Yeah, definitely would help. I've already spent way too much money today. That might have to be a next paycheck investment. Don't mind me just giving my Death Corps of Krieg Tim's. Or for a different reason. Yes. A pay to win elements in it. Did I learn advanced money management from a game like this? So you're saying the difficulty is that game has balancing? Is what I'm gathering from that statement. feel like the paint that I'm using is good for the gloves, but I feel like it's a bit bouncing in level areas. Not a PV game. PV on spending and horrible money management. That's definitely not a game for me. Terrible. Ironic when I'm a teller at a credit union. I'm terrible at managing my own money. At managing I like to spend while I'm painting open camera miniature. Stamp, cost of maintenance, along with pilots, adds to payday. And that's way too much money management for me in a game. That can be 8 mil. Peace. Or the game, you start with 2 mechs and credits, so you can either choose to upgrade your current mechs a large portion of your money to get a third mech. I'm getting from okay. Brown paint. I will say the Vallejo is not as runny as Army Painter, but it definitely want to pull a lot easier. Salvage from missions can be sold for money, kept, cold store. Thing. I'm worried. I thought my paint on the stuff I've already done. Hey, Dark Voider, welcome in. Doing pretty good. How about yourself? Doing all right. Turning up on the Krieg and Final Love, so this is perfect. Gotta see some of their figures. Well, I will say my color scheme is not an ordinary choice for Krieg players, but it gets the point across. I want to paint the hose for their gas mask in brown as well. Making your own Legion kind of thing, or how's it work with the Krieg? I mean, you can do your own regiment, which that's what I'm doing. I'm kind of just made up my own called the 33rd. But there are some canon regiments that you can do your Krieg in, and they do have set color schemes. Like with this set, there's actually a set of stickers, and several of those are the different regiment numbers that are like canon regiments, which canon is kind of in the air with Warhammer, just because with Warhammer the whole thing is that all of the militaries, especially the Militarum, are just gigantic in their actual numbers. So by that logic, you could really have your regiment be any number you wanted, because chances are eventually it could be a canon regiment, or it may already be a canon regiment because there's already so many out there. And I can't name off any of the canon regiments. They've had several books written about the Krieg, and they do mention specific regiments, but I could not for the life of me they are at the moment. Mainly because I haven't gotten the chance to actually read any of the books yet. That's the main reason that Astra Militarum has the power that it does, is just from the sheer number of units they have. Like, I'm pretty sure the only faction in lore that could beat the Militarum in sheer number is the Orcs. So are all the Krieg purely infantry, or do they have other types of troops other than the horse riders? Well, the Krieg are not separate from the Astra Militarum. They're just a different a different sect of the Militarum. They're still guardsmen. They hail from the planet Krieg. But like pretty much every human military is part of the Militarum. It's just depending on like their origin, on what like military they are. Like the Krieg are from the planet Krieg, and it is actually I don't know exactly what you call it, basically like a craft world, but specifically for military troops. And they do have special regiments. Like actually the one I'm working on right now is actually a special regiment, which is the combat engineers, which they have changed the lore on the Krieg a little bit with the most recent sets they've come out with, because used to the Krieg had what's called the Grenadiers, which were basically like their special forces. They were like the best of the best of Krieg, and they were mostly known for carrying shotguns and a crap load of grenades, hence Grenadier. But they have updated the lore a little bit, where now they have made them combat engineers, which still kind of the same lore. They're still supposed to be like elite, but it got rid of another section of Krieg because they did actually have engineers. But the way that you tell them apart from a regular Kriegsman is if you get a focus on it. They have a skull faceplate over their gas mask. And that's what sets them apart from a regular Kriegsman. Just to where I paint. This guy's a pain to paint fine details. What are their like role in the lore then? Are you talking about the combat engineers or just Krieg in general? Both, I guess. So for the Krieg, their backstory is their world originally tried to rebel against the Imperium, or a part of their planet tried to rebel, but a loyalist group went to war with the raiders, I guess. And it basically, the war got so intense that it basically led to almost complete nuclear annihilation of the planet, where it became basically uninhabitable. You couldn't go onto the surface without gas masks, which is why they're constantly seen wearing them. We're coming to take you away with our smiles and laughter. And thank you for the raid, Cheshire. I don't know why my sound alert didn't go off. I didn't even hear the raid, but thank you so much. Welcome in, raiders. If it's your first time joining on this channel, my name is Rebel Red, your zombie cyborg dad tuber. and we are just painting up some Death Corps of Krieg for the army that I am trying to build. And we're just kind of talking about their lore. Let's see, Streaming Windrose. I don't know that game. Out. Looks pretty cozy. I definitely enjoy it. It's definitely a very very calming thing for me until I mess something up. Survival crafting pirate game. That sounds kind of cool, honestly. Don't know what to do with this remote control thing that he is using. Don't know what color scheme to go with. But also allows for co-op, so that's pretty neat as well. It's always better when you can play with a group of friends. That's any game. I definitely prefer games that have co-op over single player. And multiplayer, honestly. A lot of times, I don't like multiplayer because I don't like having to deal with sweats. Probably why I play so much Fallout 76. But to go back to the lore that I was talking about with the Krieg, basically they had a civil war that led to basically the planet being nuked and making it inhospitable for most creatures without some kind of respirator. Hence why all the Kriegmen have gas masks. And they basically went silent for like 1,000 years until all of a sudden the Militarum started getting comms from them again. And it turns out the Loyalists had won and survived the Civil War. But they believe that their planet getting nuked was a punishment by the Emperor. So now they wholeheartedly believe that the only way to make up for their planet's failure is to sacrifice themselves in battle. So their whole shtick is that they always have on gas masks. They're actually part of a soldier crafting world, so like majority of Kriegsmen are actually clones that are just given a number instead of a name. So pretty sure George Lucas stole his idea for the clone troopers from 40K. Saying. Don't get me wrong, I love Star Wars. But yeah, they were just given a number. They are basically grown in a vat and raised from birth to be warriors that not only do not fear death, but they wholeheartedly seek it out if they can die in battle to make amends to the Emperor. And they are the largest um, largest supplier of troops to the Imperium. They deliver more troops through the tithe than any other faction. That's kind of the Krieg in a nutshell. Now, as far as the combat engineers go, there's not a whole lot of lore surrounding them. They're basically just like the Krieg's version of the special forces. So like your Navy SEALs, your Delta Force, your MARSOC, stuff like that. Or if you know a little bit about the Cadians, it's basically their version of the Kasserkin, is the Cadian Special Force. One thing, which I think I've mentioned this in the beginning of the stream, one thing that's really funny about the Krieg, so majority of the time in the Guard, every regiment has commissars that their whole reason for being there is to prevent guardsmen from fleeing, and they will literally shoot people trying to run from the battlefield as traitors. But with the Krieg, they don't have to do that because the Krieg want to die in battle, so they have no reason to retreat. But they need commissars for another reason. They need them because they are too good at getting themselves killed. They have to have a commissar literally there to be like, no, do not blow yourself up in that trench. That is such a waste of resources. Don't do that. They're like, but come on, we want to do it for the Emperor. And he's like, no. Yeah, that's kind of the Kriegsman's thing. Like I could almost do like plate that they got going on here. Okay. Like the lighting is a little too intense sometimes. Doing fire. Whoa. Didn't break nothing. Alright. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that short ad break. It's kind of a requirement for avoiding pre-roll ads on the stream. Got two models done with their leather details. Push. On there, a little more like mud caked on the bottom. Get some added character. Down in the crypt. Rocks. To do on the now. It was about time I cleaned it off a little bit. A little bit past my normal streaming time. I usually end at about 11, but it's taken longer than expected. But I am working with twice the amount of models as what I had last time. Now, the paint. Now, all I can without putting it in base to make it easier to see what I'm doing. I'm not talking as much as I normally would be. Fine by me. Got plenty of time, but I don't want to be up. Starting to say the colors are starting to settle, not show the brown that it's supposed to. At the bottom of the boots is places I'm worried about thinning the paint. Make it look more like he's been running through mud. It looks like I'm not thinning the paint. To agree. Larger brush, it doesn't make finer details. It seems counterproductive, but I feel like with the smaller brushes, they don't have as much to them. you're more prone to accidentally flip your brush a little bit, and then that causes on places. We're near left. I'm not thinning the paint at all when I'm working on the boots, just because it feels like it makes more sense for it to be a bit more caked on. Because of mud. And I'm not as worried about getting paint on the base, because I would like to get to a point where I eventually Um, put more detail in the bases as well. That's the kind of weird thing about Warhammer, especially with the Astra Militarum, is they're definitely meant to have like World War One motifs. So like guns with wooden stocks, grenades with wooden throwing handles. I might come back to do a darker brown on these later. Just on the grenade handles. Like the gloves and pouches. Fine. down on the handle and the pump for the gun. Like I should, but I might try to do that with a darker brown headlight. The other now this brush off. They're still in the parts of this. Alright, I think that got it. Now comes the question. Do I go for a more bone white, solid white mask? Kind of feel like solid white, because with the leather and everything, it already has a very beige color in the outfit. It's a stick with solid white. The handle for this part. Very mask done. honestly feel like I could get it thinner with the paint on the mask part. I get it paint over. Is easy to see the details on it. I don't need. Just get out of the way. Whoa. Mask is crooked on that model. Oh. throwing me off. What's left to do? Eyes, and we're going red. Sorry. Bug. Drop the cover for the paintbrush. Okay. Now I just have flat red. Stuff. All right. Nib on the brush. smaller brush. This one with that little stray hair on the end is making it really hard to do fine details without messing it up. Take touch up. Hit the red when it. Close to midnight art. Let's see. Over. Not think, therefore I do not am. See what this looks like compared to ahead. Almost the exact same thing. Slightly brighter. Other than that, almost exactly the same. Oh man. That is a lot brighter blue. Go with something darker. But hello, plebeianization. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna need a new sheet here in a minute. There we go. That's better. That's the blue I was looking for. Phaedros, hello, welcome, welcome. Going pretty good. Hope you are having a good one. Actually streaming quite a bit later than I normally would. Just because I am really trying to get this, at least one of these models completely done before I end stream. Do your Krieg have lore? Because that's how I get motive to paint, is to make lore for my guys. Sort of. I did come up with a new regiment. I didn't go with the ones that are already in like the books and stuff. I decided to name them the 33rd. On dodging tornadoes tonight. Oh, well. That's always fun. I know how that goes. I live in tornado country. But not heard anything in my neck of the woods at the moment. Maybe make lore for them if you wanted me to. Funnily enough, I'm trying to come up with a Marine Legion or Space Marine Legion related to this faction. Because whatever the end result of these Kriegsmen is going to be, when I do finally make Marines, I want to have them have the same color palette. In Northeast Texas, we've had a few going this evening. I am in good old Kentucky, so hasn't hit me, but depending on which direction it's going, it could eventually. I have 2 Space Marine chapters, neither physical. I'm an AdMech player. I mean, my Space Marine Legion is going to be a legion that works very closely with the Death Corps of Krieg. But they were going to be a sect of either the Raven Guard or the Iron Fist, or the Emperor's Fist. I feel like the Imperial Fist would make more sense just because they're like a siege legion, and I feel like the Krieg are as siege as you can get. At least for Militarum standards. Out of space on my palette. There's siege or cavalry charge, but you also must consider siege, conduct sieges, Imperial fists, defend against sieges. Yeah, unfortunately, the one faction that focused quite a bit on sieges is a traitor legion, so that's always fun. Focusing. Huh? That shouldn't be off. I'm just too zoned in. I'm locked into what I'm doing. One of my chapters are defense, siege, defense breakers, and space wolves. My hobby energy on Star Wars Legion lately. Just got into a bunch of separatist droids. I have added some of the Star Wars Legion stuff to my wish list. Uh-oh. Say my stream isn't off, but my camera just went out. Oh, because my computer crashed. Awesome. Well, that's just lovely. Found Raven Guard or Space Wolves are great for taking down siege defense. I did think about doing Raven Guard because I do really like the Raptors, but I don't really feel like the Raptors and the Krieg would really mesh together very well, just because the
Enjoy
Krieg...
the digs, partner. They're plenty fancy.
Thank you for the follow, plebeianization. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Nuggets. Yeah, I feel like the Krieg and the Raptors would not really mesh very well because the Krieg is too suicide runny. That's even a word. Where the Raptors are definitely more tactical and stealthy and methodical about everything that they do. Okay. We're back up and running now. paint strip section of the palette. Krieg, the human wave tactics don't ask where they get from, and they won't misplace your body. Yeah, that's kind of why I feel like the Raptors aren't really a great fit for them. But they could make for really great diversionary tactics for the Raptors, so they could have that aspect to make them mesh better. Crying out so fast. I'm using. Krieg is basically the Grand Army of the Republic, but 40k. I mean, I was. It's funny. I was literally saying that earlier. Is like I feel like George Lucas stole the idea for the clones from Games Workshop because their backstory is very similar. I mean, you have a death world full of a military that pretty much sole purpose is to create soldiers in cloning vats. I don't know. Definitely not the best plasma pistol, but since they keep those cloning vats churning out fresh new recruits, and like the Republic, the Imperium does not question where they come from. Let's see. There we go. No wonder I couldn't see. The light went out because the camera went out. I'm getting focused. Here we go. Let's see. I mean, I feel like I definitely could have done worse for the plasma pistol. I just need to touch up the actual pistol itself because I kind of hit the pistol with the paint for the plasma a little bit. I'm definitely realizing I need better lighting for this. Definitely need a decent desk lamp. Get these to look better. Or be able to see what I'm doing so I know what it'll actually look like when I'm done. I mean, not terrible, but not great. I definitely feel like I did better with the Space Marines I did. Hey Roy, doing good, hope you're doing well. Let's see. I definitely need to get some more colors to add some variation because too much of these things just blend together. And adding some shading Couldn't hurt either. Now that I say that, I do have this. See how well this actually works. Worked really well for panel lining on Space Marines that I started with. We'll see how well it works on these. Red Krieg, is this some lore I'm unaware of? No, I just kind of put my own little spin on the Krieg. Whoa. Be cool if the red meant something like Krieg Marines instead of the standard blue or Krieg Troopers. That would be cool to plan out, maybe. helping add a little bit more detail to coat it in the semi panel liner. I know this is not what the panel liner is supposed to be used for, but honestly, it's kind of making the model look a lot better to just coat the whole thing in it. Just to get so it's not completely oversaturated in it at least. I want to try that on this, because I feel like out of all the ones I've done so far for the Krieg, I feel like this one came out the best. Saying much, but it definitely came out better than the rest. Feel it. Okay. The worst that I've done. Definitely not the best though. It's also only my second attempt, so I'm definitely realizing now with it zoomed in that I definitely was too liberal with the airbrush when I did the second coating. But hopefully we will have better luck with regular Krieg. But then hopefully I can have larger assortment of paint to work with. Because even with the paint that I got before starting stream today, it still doesn't feel like it was enough. But I think that's where I'm going to have to call it for tonight. It is 12:30. I don't want to be up till 2 a.m. trying to finish these, even though I very easily could. We're going to try and find someone to raid. Right now. Let's see. category. Try to rate somebody new. Or if that's somebody or hammer. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna go ahead and raid Thea, as I think she's the only one that I can see that's someone that I've raided in the past that's actually on, and she's really chill about raiding and running. Chances are I'm going to go to bed as soon as I raid underway. We're gonna go ahead and get the timer started. Hope everybody enjoyed the stream. If you did, be sure to drop a follow or a sub on your favorite streaming platforms, because chances are I am on all of them. All under the same handle, Rebel Red VT. And if you want to keep up to date on what games I'll be playing next, be sure to follow me on Twitter or join the Discord, as I post the schedule on there every Sunday or Monday. Sometimes I get a little behind. But I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday at 8 p.m. Central Time, and generally play FPS games, RPGs, and then I do paint streams every other Saturday for now. But that is all I've got for you guys tonight. You are awesome as always, and I will talk to you all later.